All right. Okay, hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Let's think about this. So, I was thinking about this ID clashing thing, and I can do it a better way, I believe. So let's go content brush instance. Getting board editor. What am I looking for? Focus content. Here we go. Intersection candidate. So we had this thing called content ID. I believe I don't want that anymore. And on deep find instance, don't want that anymore. Oops. Okay. Let's just see what compiler as this throws out. Okay, I'll get rid of that. Okay, so we want to do that. Just getting rid of everywhere where there is this content ID thing, because I'm going to do it a different way. I've slept on it. There is a better way to do this. We don't have two separate IDs. Okay. I have a problem with the music. It is not playing the next track. Okay. So we should be back to this situation with this ID clash. Let's test it out. So if we break that apart, we don't have ID clashes at the moment for some reason. Let's have a quick look. So if I make independent, here we go. So the intersect content. Yeah, okay. So what I might do as well is just remove these. for now. From all these intersect content calls. Which there are quite a few. Okay. Get intersection candidates. Get rid of the content from there as well. Set focus content. Get rid of that. Okay. Okay. So all those places, we're just doing it on the instance ID now. This is instance ID. Only temporary code anyway, this. This is cell ID. Cells, interesting. I have to remember, we need to actually, yeah, so these are going to have to be unique IDs. To remember to do that with grass cells. Content. Get intersection candidates content. So this is auto content equals game board. Get root content. If not content, return candidates. And then this content now is an arrow like that. Okay, awesome. So let's build that. Now we should be back to this ID clashing thing. Don't know C++, only messy Lua. The real Mr. Newbie, hey, how's it going? You have really good practice with guards and early returns. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, I try to. Hope you're doing alright, welcome. Right. So what's the problem here? I think it needs an actual rebuild. It's not common in Lua at all. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, it's just a style I developed, I suppose. try and keep nesting down in general if I can. Have shortcuts for like loops and things, so I don't have to actually write loops inside loops. Little macros and stuff like that. Yeah, I've tried Lua a little bit. It's pretty good. On top of C++, you know. Tried it. Not in a serious way, but I like it. Okay. We are getting some kind of crash here, though. And we're adding an input box. Not entirely sure why that should crash. Quick put a breakpoint there. Is that the crash? No, that's not the crash. What you're doing doesn't look much different than Lua. Syntax looks the main difference. Yeah, I mean, this is a compiled thing rather than, I think Lua's interpreted, isn't it? On top of the language that it sits on top of another language usually. Maybe it does have its own standalone interpreter. So that's a major difference, I suppose. This is this creates an executable of native code, you know. No object-oriented programming in Lua. Oh, interesting. Don't know enough about Lua to know that. So what is it trying to hash? It's trying to hash something. It's trying to hash an arena block. This is a really weird error, this. What's going on? It looks like when it's trying to format a string, it's causing a crash. Does this pick up type annotations in Visual Studio from the classes? Most of the time. Sometimes it can get a bit confused. So I need to find exactly where it's crashing. Introduced a really weird crash just now. I haven't really done anything. So it's when I do make independent like that, put a breakpoint right there and we'll just follow it and see what's going on. So it's here. No, that worked, okay. Going like way out of that code now. Backstep right back out to Windows. Hesitant with AI personally. It's a slippery slope of leaning too heavily on. But I do have to handle it most of my comments. Ah, right, okay, yeah. I think a lot of people seem to be using it to learn, which I think is quite good. But it is stabilizers as well. You have to take the stabilizers off at some point. So it's crashing in a really random place. I think what I'm going to have to do is clean it and then rebuild it all. And if it's still crashing, I'm going to have to just go back and see what's causing it. It's okay to help you learn, like as a learning companion. But then you can end up, if you're just copying and pasting stuff in and you don't really know what it's doing, then it's helping you like stabilizers would help you, as the metaphor goes. Claude in Copilot, so he's got a name. That's funny. $5M. No, I've not heard of that. Easy little scripts. They make a ton of money. Alright, okay. And ChatGPT writes scripts. Oh, really? Yeah, so they don't really know how they would fix it. Yeah, I've got a weird crash bug. So where are we actually crashing here? P block. We're crashing right down in the memory system. This is a really low level system. Okay, I'm going to have to go back. What I'll do is I'll stage that. I'll undo it. And then I'll run it in the old one and see if we get that crash. 'Cause that crash has happened overnight without me changing code. And I wonder if Visual Studio has updated, or Windows has updated. And I'm now crashing. No, I've not heard of 5M. Or 5, do you mean Fiverr? I've heard of Fiverr. Yeah, so that is not crashing. So something I did there crashed it. 5M. Oh, so you mean 5M? You do mean 5M. Is that modded Grand Theft Auto platform? Ah, okay. Check it out. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. That's awesome. So I'm going to have to do this change a little bit more slowly. So what I'm going to do is, out of all these intersection candidates, I'm just going to strip out the game board content from it first. Hang on, before I do that, I'm going to rebuild. It might be just running the old executable. And see if we crash on a rebuild. Because that crashes like a weird memory crash. Nothing to do with really what I've just did. Slightly worries me. Okay. And it seems to be crashing in different places. Not all in the same place. It wasn't predictable. Well, that seems fine. Okay. The real Mr. Newbie, do you think you'll have a go at C++ one day? Or are you just going to stick with Lua? So we're going to remove content out. And then we'll rebuild that. See if we still get that crash. So that goes away. This actually goes away. Content Game board. Get root content. Okay. Get rid of these compile errors. Currently looking for a job. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just do anything. Just do anything. Oh, yeah, nice. If you ever won the lottery, yeah. Yeah, I mean, my day-to-day job's not coding. I do something else. So I can keep coding as a hobby, you know. So this is literally all I just did. Except doing this somehow caused some kind of crash. Sounds nuts. 2,000 users of my code. Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, he should be on your resume. Definitely. Yeah, anything to show. So even if it's not in the field of work that you're looking for, it shows in what's the word? It shows initiative. You can get up off your butt and do something. Like I employ people in my other job, and that's really what I look for, even more than qualifications. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just making the same changes that I just made that caused this crash. And there's nothing to do with memory. Something's going wrong. See if this crash appears again. Look at that. So that was basically an intersect content. And then what did it do? It went on context menu. Menu name. Box name. Oh, it does have a... This should possibly be null. That's possibly what's causing it. So now it's trying to hash editor and context. Hash it. Handle context. Hash void pointer. I see you have many lines. Let me just read one before. You hit maybe 2,000 lines. Across files, so it's the same. So I like to split my files based on what it is. Ah, okay. Locked to one file. Yeah. So this is a very big file. This is too big, really. I'm working on it. Many classes though in this file. Don't like the language you are in use. Curly's often. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a curly braced. C++ and C. The curly braced language, yeah. Alright, yeah. So you get caught by an advert or something. Yeah, this file's massive. It's too big, really. It needs to get... I'm working on making it smaller. Many classes in this file, though. It's not just one class. And then with curly braces, yeah, so C and C++ both have our curly brace language. Curly brace languages. You just get used to it, you know. You get used to looking at what you look at all the time, don't you? So all it's trying to do is hash a void pointer. 2 space indentation. One tab, 4 spaces. 1 tab, 4 spaces, yeah. Not 2. Something strange is happening here. With make independent. Okay. So now this, it seems to sometimes crash on formatting this string. Do you do 2 spaces? That your thing? And sometimes on context menu boxes. So what I'm going to do is, when I do this, I'm going to output the frame count. There. And then there as well. See if they crash on the same frame. Hang on, I can't do quite like that. I have to just basically say like make independent. Need to know which frame that happened on. How do you spell independent? Like that. Spelling this wrong everywhere. Go for a bit. Oh, thanks for the following. Yeah, see you in a bit. Yeah, ride that wave of inspiration. Ride that wave of inspiration. Definitely. See you in a bit. Get to the bottom of this bug then, eh? So, it's the frame after. It's actually crashing in a log line. The frame after as well. Right then. But at least we can put a breakpoint. So here, didn't crash then. It's just some kind of corruption going on. Okay. So I have to make this change slower. There's fine. It's just fine like that. So what I'm going to do is game board content, deep find. That's the place where we can actually remove some of it. Some of this content stuff. We just have to get to the point that actually causes the crash. Right, we have no crash there. So what I'm going to do is check that in. And then in intersect content for go right back up to the top. What I'm going to do is stop using these content IDs one at a time. Okay, that's fine. Where are we now? Grass. It's fine. Animated rig. See, it feels like the code is not compiling properly. That's what the error feels like. Like it would be in here. It's intersect, because I'm changing the actual data layout of intersection candidate. And sometimes if you do that, it needs a full rebuild on it. It doesn't like actually do the incremental build properly. So that's what that error feels like, but it is happening. It is happening after a full rebuild as well. Let's just check. That's okay. Okay, let's just check this one. That's all right. So I'm going to wait on changing intersection candidate right to the end. That's all right. All right. So this would be all of the world input boxes sorted out. So it's nothing to do with that. So let's just check that in then. So what would be the next thing to do? Probably get rid of these. Leave that like that. And then all these contents, we're just going to set to be 0. So we're not actually changing the data layout of intersection candidate yet. Right, let's see what happens here. That's fine. Right. So So the next thing to do would be to actually change intersection candidates layout. That definitely doesn't crash. So intersection candidate is not going to have a content ID anymore. Right? All we're doing. Now, does this cause a crash? No. So what did I do there? That's exactly the same code as I have just written that caused a crash. It must have been a build problem. I'd like to know what caused that crash though. And we do have the duplicate. We're back to having duplicate IDs, which is where I wanted to be in the first place. Alright, well, whatever. We'll move on. So in Make Independent, this was what I wanted to do. I just want to write a routine that refreshes all the IDs or remakes all the IDs. So we just want to do new prefab, make new IDs. or remake IDs. Just basically. So that basically is just going to, for everything in that prefab, it's going to just have new IDs. And that's all I wanted to do. And then I also want to inform everything in the prefab that is getting a new ID, which will probably happen. Right, so let's do this then. Make new IDs. What do we call it? Remake IDs. It's only really a shallow remake of IDs. This, it's not everything inside the prefabs inside the prefab. It's just the first root content. It's going to make IDs. So we're going to go for auto content in, call this brush instances. I'm going to call this remake brush instance IDs. And we're going to go instance.id equals bm new ID, right? But what we want to do is we want to actually be able to specialize it depending on the type of brush that we want. So to do that, let's find out where else we're doing something similar to this. Reborn Forever 22. Hey sir. Hello sir, how's it going? Welcome. Just working on a little prefab thing for the editor, so I can make, so you can already make prefabs which are just like complex brushes essentially, so you can brush things onto the level, paint things onto the level. I'll show you. So this would just be an ordinary level with stuff in it, but because it's .prefab, it gets saved as a brush, so you can like select it, and then in another prefab you can paint with it, so you can like stamp them down. But what you can also do is, so these are two prefabs, is you can break them apart, so you can make independent, and then you can actually move the individual bits and make it a little bit different, like put that down there, and then you can revert or save as new prefab. But because these both come from the same parent prefab, they share IDs sometimes. And what I'm trying to do now is make sure I can refresh get new IDs for the, if you break it apart, get a whole set of new IDs. Yeah, no problem. So it's like, if I explain it a little more simply maybe, imagine a situation where you have some barrels or something, and they've got collision on them, meaning the player can't run into them. So like these barrels here. So you can like stamp these barrels throughout a level like this if you want, but then you would have to give collision to them, every single barrel independently like this, and like make sure it's all aligned perfect so the player can't run into the barrels or something. Or what you could do is make a prefab with collision on it and then save that as a brush in here, so when you just click it you can then paint the barrels that have collision on them. Do you know what I mean? So it saves you time. But the brushes can be arbitrarily complex, so they can have grass on them and trees and cloth and all sorts and lights. Think about like a table in a tavern with all the cups on it. You could make a prefab which is a table with cups on it, and then you could stamp that table with cups on it around the inn, you know. Yeah, it's coming together. So the problem is, because these share the same prefab, they can clash IDs, meaning that if I break this apart again and then I move that, well, they don't share the same IDs at the moment, but they can share common data, which I don't want them to do. So if I get this guy here and then put a weapon on him, this guy has a weapon as well now. But because I clicked make independent, I want to stop that happening. I want them to be actually independent. So I'm just working on that. So you don't draw it manually. You draw the bits. Yeah, you draw the brushes. So I'll show you. So these barrels here come from here. If I open this sprite sheet tile up, this is a PSD file, this whole square here. So you draw it in Photoshop or your favourite art package, whatever you want to use, and then you divide them into tiles, and then the content browser just loads them as individual tiles then. So you can just stamp one at a time. And then the level, you just build the level up out of those tiles. Poopmaker, what an awesome username. How long have I been working on it? It's nearly 2 years, actually. Nearly 2 years. Not just on the level editor, though. There's loads of stuff. Like, I'm just working on the level editor now, but it's like you can make a full game with it nearly now. You can do stuff like dialogue trees. So this is like a dialogue tree for Jenny, one of the NPCs in the game. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, let me. Yeah. I'll wait for him to come back. So these are 2 different prefabs, actually. Prefab instances. Make independent. Revert. So now they have different IDs. What's going on there? All right, cool. Welcome back. Sorry about that. I don't know if I need to be able to know when adverts are going to happen, and then I can go and make a coffee or something, you know. So yeah, this is the level editor. So I've been working on it for a couple of years, nearly 2 years, but it can do all sorts, not just make levels. So, you know, I was showing dialogue trees. So this is Jenny's, one of the NPCs. So it's like the engine has like branching dialogue, and it's conditional on game state as well. So she'll say different things dependent on her situation. So like this is like if a quest has started. This is all just kind of prototyping. I'm making a game and it's right at the end of pre-production, so this is some of the prototype stuff that I made. So this is what she'll say if you're on a quest. This is like, she'll give you a blueprint which is to do with a quest. She gives you radar coordinates and an item, and then she'll give you a quest. This is what happens when you're playing as a different playable character, because you can play as like yourself or droids as well. This is like when if Jenny's a travelling salesman, so you can talk to her and she'll have a shop in the dialogue. And then there's like, what else is there? You can make cutscenes. So needs a little bit of TLC, the cutscene system, but do work. So you like build up these, so they're all game conditional, so you could have like multiple cutscenes dependent on game conditions, and then you build these timelines here, so you could like add some camera movement like that. Remember how to even blooming do this. I haven't done this for a long time. So you can say like from that position in the timeline to that position in the timeline, you're going to move from there, and that's the timeline position, that's right. So you're going to move the camera from there to there, and then you can like, you know, preview stuff. There's all sorts. It's got like what is there? So I call them brains. So this is like AI. So this is some AI that'll drive combat. So you could attach this to an NPC, and then you would be able to fight with them, essentially. This is just a test. Like, you could build up these AI trees for any situation that you kind of wanted, you know, and then attach them to other entities in the game, and then they'll behave according to this tree. So this is all stuff that I've done in the last five months or something, just in like a pre-production, testing out gameplay systems, and that's kind of finished. So I'm just like tightening up the engine, really, just the level editor anyway, before I start making what I don't want to do is to get full into the game, like a year into developing a game with the engine, and realize that I need to change something more fundamental with the level editor. So I'm trying to just do that now before I start, basically. Okay, so what I'm actually doing is regenerating IDs. So I'm just doing this. So it's giving new IDs for everything. But what I also want to do is inform. I want like, this can be like the default case. But I also want each type of brush instance to be able to handle generating its own ID if it needs to, or regenerating its own ID if it needs to. So that's what I'm going to do now. So these brush instances can be a number of things. They have this thing called content brush pairs. So they can be any one of these things. So what I need to do is get what it is out, content brush data types, and basically specialize a little function to regenerate it. So it would be something like for each type, content, what was it called? Content brush data types. Like this. is actually a lambda. So the content brush type is whatever X is. And then we're going to go if auto content is the instance, get data content brush type, like that. We want to call some kind of function. So we're going to do template is content brush data. Remake ID, like that. And we want to do it for grass. So grass content data, because grass has a bunch of IDs it needs to remake, not just the actual instance ID itself. So we're going to say grass content data. Return false for now. So we want to say if, so we want to make sure we only want to do this if this structure has been implemented for the particular type of content. So I have a little routine called is complete. Content brush for that content brush type. So if it's complete, we'll run it. So we want to do remake ID, content brush type. Oh, no, not quite right. That's not quite right. Using remake candidate equals remake ID content brush type, like that. See if this is complete. Then we're just going to pass in content like that. And then we want handle remake ID equals false. And then we're just going to say, if we don't handle it, we just do the default case like that. So what that means is we should end up here for the grass, just the grass. Everything else uses this, just signs a new ID. Because what we actually want to do is we want to remake the grass ID, but then we want to remake all of the IDs of the grass blades as well. Yeah, we've got a little bit of lag at the start as well. I'm not sure what that's all about. That seems to be quite new. Okay, so this should be grass data, which it is, grass is. So we're going to say, we're going to return true. And then we're going to say, well, do we want to actually pass in the content, or do we actually want to pass in the instance? We probably want to pass in the instance. Because we want to allow it to make its Don't know why get data goes to there. That's literally nothing to do with it. So we can say has data. So now we can get the data. We can say like auto data equals instance get data grass content data. If we don't have it, return false. If we do have it, we want instance.id is the new ID, whatever new ID we want. And then we need to go through for all the grasses in data grasses. So the grass has grass cell. We do have get ID. What does that do? Density segment count. I wonder if you put a ID here as well. No, I don't think so. We do have an ID here that we need to actually do change. So we're just going to say transform each grass cells, and it's going to be arg.id is bm new ID. So I'll give every single grass cell a new ID. And then what we want to do is we want another one for animated rigs as well. Let's just check we get here. I think we should be fine. So this should be an animated rig, which it is. So this has a rig ID, so it actually needs a new rig. And this will... The problem is the reason why... So if we break this one into its independent parts and we just change the weapon on it, the reason why it changes on both is because they're both actually the same rig. Like literally the same, just drawn in different places. Drawn twice in different places. So it needs a new rig. So we're going to go instance ID. Well, we'll get the data out first. If not data, return false. And then we want to get the brush out. CC get content brush. Just this, I think this has what rig it has in it. Brush ID. And let's just double check that. So the brush itself has what rig we're using. So the brush should have a source ID. Here it is, this one. HeroPro.scale. So we've got everything we need now. So we need to do content cache 2. Place content. I think it's place content. And it's animated rig. Can't quite remember how we did this. Oh no, yeah, it's so we'll do it's data rig ID, BM new ID, and then it's cc get animated rig, and the path is the brush source file, and the options are what's the option that we want? Oops, nope. Here's asset option. Uses ID. Data rig ID. So basically that will make a new rig with that rig ID. And what does that return? Auto new rig. And then we're just going to go return new rig dot is set. So hopefully when we do this, if the new rig is set, which it is, it's an independent rig. Meaning that, okay, so we can't select it. So that's broken. Oh, we need to actually set the instance ID as well. Do this. Like that, that'll be fine. And see if we can actually highlight it. So we can't actually highlight it. Okay, so what's going on there then? Instance might have a content ID actually that needs changing. No, it doesn't. So new rig should have that ID. So the ID is 384. Data rig is 384. No, it's 323. 384. The data rig ID, other than it. So did asset users ID not work there? So the rig brush ID 384. Rig ID is 323, but it actually returned 384. Weird. Maybe that's not working then. Okay, we'll follow that down and see why that's not actually working. Okay. So did it set the option? Yeah. 08, so 4084 is the ID that we want to use. Get to here. So it finds. So it found it. It needs to make a new one though. Right. So the hash is 115. The options hash here is 115. So the hash code is not working properly. That's what it is. Okay. Figure out why that's not working properly. So it's when we build this options table here. Oh, I missed it. Missed it. Bubbles. Hey, how's it going? How goes the coding? It's going okay, yeah. I'm regenerating IDs at the moment. So when you like break these, so these are two prefabs. So they're the same. They have different IDs because they're different instances. But when I break them apart, this ID used to have the same as this ID, and the barrel's ID used to have the same as that ID, and that was interfering with the collision system, like the intersection system. So when you break them apart like that, it's regenerating new IDs for everything in there. Nearly at the end of it now. A little bug where we're trying to make an animated rig with this source file using this ID, but it's not using this ID properly. Hope you're doing all right. So what is X in this case? Asset is a wrapped tuple element of asset uses ID. Right. Okay, this is wrong. It needs to be get. Get the think. You've been live for an hour and 33 minutes. Yeah. The colour of your profile image for follow channels blends with the dark background of Twitch. Oh, you mean the Lazy Ben logo? Right, thanks very much. I'll change that. Yeah, I'll give it like a, I don't know, some kind of green thing. Yeah, thanks very much. Alright, let's see if this works now. So the new rig has an ID of 384. Still not working. Thanks very much, yeah. Yeah. It's good. I'll sort that out this evening. Okay, so this... What is result? Two to 8. Opt ref. So it's this, I think. Yeah, hope you're having a good day, Bopples. Yeah, any advice like that is most welcome. Obviously, I don't get to see the other side of it. Like the viewer side of it, so would never have thought. Nope, still not working for some reason. What I need to do is I need to turn off the NatJMC so I can actually see what is getting hashed. So this is meant to generate a unique hash code depending on what option is selected. Or what list of options are selected. Ugh, missed it. Quite a bit more code to step through without NatJMC. What I'm just going to do is go straight to here. So get asset uses ID. So what is this? is the option itself. Asset uses ID. So that should work, because that's just a flat hash. So the hash code is 518. Okay, so why isn't that working? So it is hashing it. It's very hard to turn that JMC back on then. So the hash code begins with 6037. Hash code now is 7490. So let's have a look at assets. So the lookup ID could be that. Three 3974. So when we do find asset, we're just doing it on the lookup ID. Get lookup ID, path and options. $572. Okay, no. It's gonna not find it. It's gonna make it. Let's go append it. Um, three eight four. So here's the thing, the IDs, it might actually be unique. We did append it, but it does have the same. So So it's content ID. I see. So when we say ID, it's the brush ID. So the new rig's ID, we kind of need to set. Probably need to set it. We're actually constructing the rig. All right. Now I was saying, I don't know if you caught it, but yeah, thanks for that advice, because I don't get to see what it looks like when I'm online. Do you know what I mean? So I would never spotted that. So that's really good. So I'm going to change it to be, probably put some kind of green stuff in it, so it kind of matches the chat window. I'll do that tonight though. Yeah. But yeah, much appreciated. Okay. So I wonder then, when we do make asset, when we do construct one for animated rig, I think we need to do, rather than the ID of the path, we need to just say, we'll go if is set, if options get set user's ID. To ID, well, it'd be ID, else ID is the path ID. Twitch is already bad enough about notifying as it is. Yeah, I know. I don't know if you ever tried to use Twitch on the Xbox, but it's like, it's pretty bad. Because I tend to watch Twitch like on my TV at home through my Xbox. But it's like, it's not great. It's not a great experience. It's okay once you've got someone on screen, but trying to find someone's not a great experience. Okay. There we go. They're independent now. So that must have worked, although we didn't fire the breakpoint. So we should go back to that. What are you up to today, Bopples? Anything good? Anything exciting? We're getting this lag sometimes at the start. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. Okay, so the ID now should be set. So 109. 109. There we go. Brilliant. Right. So, where do we move on from here? Still more Python. Oh, great. Made 2 little game projects, working on a 3rd. Yeah, that's awesome. I really enjoy all that stuff. Like, I learned... so for this new engine that I was planning, which is this one, I wanted to do it in DirectX 12, so I did another project in DirectX 12 to learn it. I don't know if I've got a new computer, so I'm not sure. Let me try and find it. So I really enjoyed that. Let's see if I can... Process creation failed. That's not great. Unable to start process. Process creation failed. Don't know what's going on there. Do it this old school way. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I don't get to learn stuff like that much. So yeah, I know what you mean. It's like good fun. Interesting to run this on the new computer. Wow, I'm streaming at 10 kilobits. 10,000 kilobits, 10 megabits. That's crazy. We've only got it set to 6. That's going to take ages. Let's just go back to this for now. So, I was thinking of actually putting the rest of the level editor data into these content brush instances. So what I could do, I could start by just putting collision in. Collision right now lives on its, well, the rest of them. Oh, water's crazy. It goes like over the top of the flags. Putting everything else like into it as well, like triggers and stuff. And I need to learn how to use level editors still. Ah, right. By typing all of the coordinates into the game. Yeah, that's what people do as well. There are a bunch of ways to do it. Some people do it with text editors, so they'll like do X's where they want certain platforms and zeros where they want different types of art, and then they load the text file in and they parse it, and then they draw the level like that. So you could have like a bunch of X's to make walls or something, and then zeros could be tables. Or you could do this type of thing. Does it take longer manually doing? Well, but different techniques. You'll learn different skills. So yeah, start with what you're doing by typing all of the coordinates in, and then maybe do a text editor version so it reads a text file, and then move up to doing more of a drag and drop style thing. The drag and drop style thing, this type of thing's probably the most complicated, I would say. See, the nice thing about me doing it, putting everything in a content brush, is that all of the like clonability prefab stuff would just work now I have this system. Like, I'm not sure that you can actually include rivers in a prefab at the moment. And that's because I never really envisioned having rivers as a prefab. But if it's just like the case of putting it in this content brush system, at least it doesn't exclude the option. Don't know. We'll start with what will we start with? We'll start with triggers. I'm not Millsy. Hey, how's it going? I could start with triggers. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks very much. Yeah, doing okay. Got to the end of this prefab thing, at least with like the different types of brushes on here. So you can like break prefabs apart and then like save it like that, and that would be the level. Or you could save that as a new prefab. I can revert back to the original prefab. That's what I've been working on this week. And then they become like brushes to like, and I can just like stamp them in. But what I'm considering doing is, so collision and stuff. Collision does work with prefabs at the moment, but it uses a different system than the one I've just made. And I'm just debating on whether to include everything in this this content brush instance system that I've made, because, you know, breaking apart all the prefabs and all that stuff would work automatically. Ah, right, okay, yeah. "32 platforms." You mean like being able to scale the platforms? Yeah. How's the engine coming along? It's alright, it's nearly done. This is like what I would consider like tidy up, I suppose. It's a bit more than tidy up. It's like the last stage before I'm going to start making a game. So I'm running through the level editor and changing it basically to make it much more robust. Like, the great thing about this new system is that, like, if I open this up in Photoshop, you get hot loading by default with this new system as well. So like, if I just like do this and save it, it all set up, so I can like draw stuff in Photoshop and it just updates quickly in the game, or in the editor anyway, and you kind of get it for free. So when you add new types of content in, like sound or anything, animated rigs, everything's just automatically linked to hot load. So I'm doing stuff like that because I think that's going to really help when I make the game properly. Yes, I was thinking possibly, yeah, putting everything else, like this collision, triggers, ponds, rivers. There's quite a few things. Nav meshes. So what we've got, collision, there, triggers, collision, rivers, ponds, nav meshes, regions, and paths. All of these really could go in. How does this work? Do that. That's it. So you can like draw paths out. So paths, I don't think can be put into prefabs. I think collision can. I think that's the only thing currently that can get put into a prefab. Okay, we'll do that. What about ocean? Ocean I've not done yet. There will be that though. I have done ocean before in other engines. I haven't actually coded that in. What I tend to do is hard code where the ocean is. So like a line where the ocean is. And then if you want like rocky beach or whatever, you just draw that over the top of the ocean in Z. But the ocean just starts on a line, and I just hard code that in the level usually. So it isn't a level editor type thing. That's the way I've done it in the past. But in the future, with this one, I don't know. We'll see how we get to it. But yeah, there will be an ocean as well. Because this is going to be a sci-fi game where you go to different planets, you could do like the whole entire planet of water, but it's only like a foot deep. Do you know, like they did on that film? What was it called? They did that in a film. Interstellar, was it? Interstellar, I think. And I think that's a pretty cool idea. But it would look cool because you could refract all of the underneath. So it would like be a cool looking level, I think. You could refract all of the ocean floor. Because it'd be so shallow, you'd be able to do that. Alright. So let's just check in. And then this one's loaded. Let's see if I can actually get this to yeah, this was my first DirectX 12 project that I was telling Bopples about. Doesn't look good. I'm just gonna get rid of that. What's on Windows is defined to 1. I'll have to get that to work a different. You need to set some well, command line arguments. Not command line arguments, preprocessor. Where is that though? Preprocessor definitions. Oh, that's because we need to select that. Not x86, x64. If keys array. It's not gonna work. I'll have to spend some time. I don't want to like get too in the weeds with that really. It was a cool project though. It's like a spaceship renderer. Right. So if we go to editor window, just load test up. So we're just going to try and include a trigger as a brush content brush instance. So a trigger is just basically an area in the world that can like to have kind, events, conditions. That's all it is. It just defines an area of interest in the world. So let's have a look at the board editor. Triggers. Trigger mode. This is quite complicated. So content, get triggers. Board trigger. So we could do trigger like that. And it would be here, so it would be struct trigger content data. Enum type pair trigger content data. The board trigger. So what I might do is lift this up. Trigger point. Here. to trigger content data. So let's build that and see what errors we get. Okay. Odd trigger. So this, wherever it's board trigger, is trigger content data now. And up here. Okay, so we've got a couple of static asserts. Let's get through all this compilation. Okay, so that's in game.h. So rebuild that. Couple of linker errors. There might be from out of date libraries though. Yeah, there's errors there. Okay, cool. Right, you can have 2 minutes to make more coffee. And then we'll work on these triggers. Okay, cool. Right then. So intersect content for triggers. So we'll just do it right here, I suppose. Thing is, the paint mode doesn't really. It doesn't really make much sense when we're talking about triggers. So what I'm wondering, what I think maybe we should do is make it something else. Content brush data pairs. Could have like level content pairs. So we could do something like E-level content type unknown brush or brush instance trigger. We could have more like collider or whatever, and then we can say struct brush instance content struct trigger instance content or trigger content. Say using content pairs or level content pairs. Maybe it should be room because we're strictly talking about rooms here. Brush instance content. So we could say that. Or that. Yeah, that content brush data types. Does that just make it too complicated? Maybe makes it too complicated. Doesn't necessarily matter that the paint mode is there. So we could do something. We did have a stamp only. Somewhere. Find that. Be in the editor, won't it? Is stamp only content? Is sprite sheet stamp only sprite sheet content? Stamp only sprite sheet content. I think it doesn't really matter. Let's just do struct. Let's try this. Template, e-game content paint mode, struct, intersect content. The content is trigger content here. And mode. I've got move mode, that's not correct. Paint mode. I suppose, strictly speaking, triggers can't be painted on, but other types of content could be that aren't to do with sprite sheets. Like sound or whatever that can be painted on. Right. So we also need the content painter. For triggers, where would we put it? Here it is. So maybe that actually needs in it now. Not implemented. Or whatever. We'll do a content painter. For trigger, what do we call it? Content data, I believe. Don't really need an after paint instance. We just need those two. So all we're going to do for triggers is we're going to go, for now, canvas, get the cursor position in world, and we're just going to go canvas, draw quad, in world. Just a unit quad. Just a white quad at quad Z max. That's all we're going to do. Okay. So tick trigger mode. Tick board panel. Trigger mode. See where this comes from. Let's just go tick board panel. Trigger mode. Yeah, this is where we want to be. So tick board panel, content paint mode. I wonder if we shouldn't go through this again. Like, this is literally what we need for triggers. We're just in a different mode. We're in the content paint mode. So the modes are the little the little icons down the right hand side. Get brush instance bounds. Okay. Do that for now. So we need to basically say what content is available in what mode. I think. Let's just get this running. So these are the modes, like paint mode, trigger mode. So paint mode has all of this stuff. trigger mode is the triggers. It is this. So the mode, where's the mode? Be in the editor. Paint mode. Edit mode, it's this one. So we basically need to list what is in what mode. I think. So which one of these is in what mode? So where do we want to do that? We could do it actually here. So it'd be something like using paintable content. And the paintable content is basically all this stuff. Oops. So that's the paintable content. Trigger content. Trigger content. Paintable content types. Trigger content types is trigger content data. Then we're going to go template class T concept is paintable content type. Is type is in the tuple paintable content types. And then we have is trigger content type, like that. And then we're going to go using content mode types in untype pair. You gain content edit mode and paintable content types. Game content edit mode trigger content types, and then we're just going to say content mode type pairs, and then we're going to go template well, what is it? Using content mode types is equal to num-tuple types of the pairs, like that, and then template. We're just building up some basic kind of like what is what types are what. Is content mode type. Hey Sukelos, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Welcome back. Moving on now, off prefabs. Finally. Prefabs are working nice. It's going, yeah. Dealing with NeoVim config stuff. Oh yeah. Ah yeah, lovely. Lovely stuff. Is content mode type. Type in tuple t. Content mode types. So we can basically say what content belongs. And then when we do collidable and stuff, what content belongs with each of those buttons. So now we have a notion of that, like, let's get it to run first. We have a notion that like certain types of content belong in paint mode, certain type of content belong in trigger mode, etc, etc. We'll eventually get to them. Now I have to update on my side. Ah, right. That's, yeah. I suppose usually config files are kept on the machine rather than sent up to a repo, but it's annoying if you have to change it all. Right then, so we want something like template. Can we do this? Edit mode. Class T. Concept. Is included in edit mode. And what's that? So we could say like paint, normal sprite window content data. How would we do this? You can definitely do this at compile time. Figure it out. maybe not as a template. So let's just do it in the header file as a const_exp function. So what I'm going to do is put this here like this, so I can just see the different types that I'm working at. So we need to go for each type in content mode pair types, type pairs. Say if const_exp edit mode equals a num value. Do this. That's a const_exp auto. Then we need to go through these. We need to go type in tuple. Type in tuple type. So it is included in edit mode. We want this to actually be some kind of evaluated at compile time thing. So we're going to do test if, and then we're going to do const template. So this is actually well, it doesn't, we don't have to restrict it really. Is included in edit mode B. So we'll do this actually. Equals is included in edit mode T. So then we'll stick this here. We kind of want to compile a non-compile time version of that. Actually, thinking about it, we want a compile time version if we just want to test it at compile time. We do want a runtime version of that as well. Where we pass in the edit mode at runtime. As well. Okay. And maybe it should be in there. Yes, it should be. So it shouldn't be here. Don't think. Should it be? Don't know. Yeah, we'll do it in both. We'll do it in both. So, trigger there. And then we'll do trigger. Trigger content 2. And then we can put trigger content 2 is stamp only. So now we've got stamping triggers that we need to actually implement. Content painter, stamp trigger content 2. Yeah. So we're not painting trigger content data, we're painting trigger content. We want content brush renderer, content brush instance renderer for trigger content. There we go. So we have our content type, and we have to make sure that the content type is in the mode we're in. So can do that here. So if the brush type is not equal to the enum value, I'm going to say if it's included in edit mode, whatever edit mode we're in, content type. So if it's not included, just capture everything by reference. There and there. The enum value probably is. Enum value like that. That's obviously not const expert anymore. Awesome. So what that means is the triggers can go through this path as well now. So wherever we call this here, we're just going to go through paint mode again. Is it paint mode? Not tick left panel. Tick board panel, content, paint mode. So we'll just get rid of that for a sec. So the goal would be to get rid of all of these and just have the content paint mode. Which that this architecture should allow. Okay, so we're going through here. Where are we actually testing it? Here, we'll just have to make sure we get to here somewhere. Same with intersect content as well. We'll get to that in a second. So this is included in the edit mode. The edit mode, we don't know what it is because it's IntelliSense hasn't given us it. So it's false. So where are we? Sprite sheet tile content. So it's a different content type, I think. Okay. So this it's not this. It's comes from this tuple here. So sprite sheet tile content, animated rig, sound, refab, and then this is trigger content too. That should be it. There we go. So now we can. So now when we do trigger mode, there we go. So this is happening, but this little red square is coming through the content painter now. I know it's not. Content painter for triggers actually draws a white square. Okay. So this is going through the old thing. Tick board panel. Oh, it's collide. Got the wrong one selected. This one. Okay, so why is that not coming? The goal is to get it to come through here, which it currently isn't. Because there's no content brush. So this gets the content brush from so this can come inside. These can even come inside actually. So the painter accepts the content brush, which is not exactly right, is it? I think not exactly right because the triggers don't actually need a content brush. Which means we shouldn't really. Well, it's very handy to have the content brush set. So we could test if the edit mode is paint. Could say if edit mode is paint, else. If it's paint, we do this. So we want to set the actual paintbrush position to be there. Else, if it's not paint, we do this. Then we have a content painter like this. Possibly. So that's two separate different runs of it. Which means we do need an is complete thing, really. Is complete. Enter. Then we do that. And we do it here as well. Okay. So possibly needs a different name. Content place. Content placer. Place is a bad name, really. Content editor. Got that for a tooltip. And then content painter for trigger is actually a content editor. It's content brush type. And that means we get rid of the paint mode as well, which is nice because we get rid of the content brush because there's no brush. So that needs is complete. Okay. Does this even work anymore? Changed it quite a bit. See, anyway. That works. Seems to be fine. So let's get on now with these. There we go. So we have our white square. So what we need to do now is content editor, trigger content. This actually comes from the paintbrush position rather than the mouse position. So I think we need to friend class this the editor. And then this is game board editor, paintbrush. Top position. Not just friend classic. We didn't write the word friend. So this is just brush P rather than mouse P. And it's good not to be dependent on the mouse really, because this could be set from anything. This could be set by a controller, for instance. And that means it should work with grid now. So the grid seems a bit off as well, actually. The feel of it. Are we just flooring it? It should be round, I think. Yeah, that's better. And it's also in the middle of the squares, but that's just because we're drawing it like that. So it's actually 1, 1. And we're going to draw it blue 0.5. Right. Now it is floor, because now I've just changed that. So so it's only when we construct this little blue square, it needs to be different The position needs to be different depending on the move mode. So I'm going to go auto bounds. What's that? If gamepad editor move mode is normal, do that. So it's that, so that's right in the middle. Snap. Yeah, that's good. So now I need to end up here. So this happens when I actually stamp the content in. So basically want to do this with no content brush. I think we just do this loop here. And content brush pairs. There's no brush. To start with. Enum value content painter. So it's the content editor actually. And there's no enum value. Can paint content. So this is just stamp. Just stamping. This is the editor. So one editor has Afterpaint instance as well. We might call it after stamp instance. Either that or we don't even do that because it's only a stamp, isn't it? So I think what we'll do is just get rid of all of that. So we do need to know what mode we're on. If is included in edit mode, content type, edit mode. Oops. So we could just test that there, actually. So it's included in edit mode. So I reckon this just needs to be like this, actually. Oh, then we can't do type in tuple. Yeah. So the problem with this is that if there's two modes, it will do it twice. So this should probably be called actually edit content. All right. So if we look at breakpoint here, we should end up here when we press the left mouse button. There we go. So we know we're a trigger. How easy would it be then to do it for collidable? So what would we do? We would go so we need collidable content too. And then we need collidable. This. And that's collidable content, stamp only. And then in the game board editor, we do one of these. Like that. And then we need a content brush instance render for it. Is included in edit mode. Content type. Content type comes from these. content brush pairs, which is collidable content. Maybe because I haven't actually implemented content editor for it. But I want a better compiler than that. There we go. So, what that means now is we'll do this red. And then this can just call this. That means this is now using this same code path as these two. So we'll work on these two for now. Eventually it'd be good to eliminate all of these. Okay, so edit content. What was it? Content editor trigger. So when we actually stamp it in, we want to make a content brush instance for this. So we're going to do vec2 bounds, which is just this. All right, sorry. And it takes the game board editor. So this is just auto bounds equals get bounds game board editor. We can do that here as well. Invossy, hey, how's it going? Lacking motivation. Yeah, difficult one. I just tend to burn through it, you know. I'll just do it anyway. But it's hard. So, how do we make a content brush instance? We'll have a look at another one. It's this type of thing, really. But there's no brush ID or anything. So there's no brush ID. No origin. No Z bias. None of that. I don't think there's even a layer. Or lighting. There's just position. Coming to a halt due to overload. Yeah. It's a different, I think being burnt out's a different type of thing. If you're burnt out, you need to take a break. If you just aren't motivated, maybe you can just get yourself in the mood by doing some. But yeah, definitely take a break if you're burnt out, I would say. Okay, so to be fair, we could just return this. What we do need to do is set the data. I believe. Oh, we need to call set data on it, really. And this data has to be content brush data, which has got to be in here, which is trigger content data. Trigger content data. Like this. But we need to put a point in. So trigger content data. Trigger. Equals get bounds. I mean, I'm in collidable here. This is the wrong place. This is the wrong place. Do it here. Just bounds the XY. Content, we don't know what content is yet. It's just root content. Root content. So we're going to go result is instances index, return result. Multiple window splits. Yeah, I do sometimes, yeah. I just tend to... I don't want to make it too crowded on the screen when I'm streaming. Especially because I've got like this chat box up in the top there. IntelliSense reached the memory limit. There's like 32 gigabytes of memory on this computer. I'm sure it's not using that. All right. This is bounds.xy. One of the things as well is this file is really massive. It's too big, really. So what I might do is split this up. So we're getting kind of a bit of a pattern. We've got these content editors, and then we've got content painters. And then we've got intersect content. So we've got like 3 different types of things. So I might actually have 3 different files, one for painters, one for editors, one for intersecting content. And that'll help a lot. But the file's massive, you know, it's too big for me really. It's yeah, it's like 6,300 lines now. So I might do that soon. I might get this sorted and then split it up. Anyway, that worked. What I'm doing now is moving like triggers, collision, anything into these content brush instances. So that basically everything's just a content brush instance. And then it will get like, everything will just automatically work with prefabs and stuff then. It should be good. Bamberg. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're okay today. So the instance is, that one is trigger now. We've got this thing called the kind ID. I'm not really sure what that is. I think that's linked with gameplay. But yeah, we'll figure this out. What to do next? Decompiling the full game. That would be mint. Yeah. That sounds like a great idea. Good project. That's assembly and not custom bytecode. Yeah. The actual game will have been written in C++ probably. So that would be a big task. It was C. Yeah. Is it open source? So you could check. All right. It was closed source. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't publish it, I think you'll be fine. If you published it, they might be like, take it down. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the game board content, we have a renderer now, the trigger content. So we can just do this. See if we stamp one, it starts calling the renderer. Oh, there's no content brush either. So possibly not. So it calls draw on the instance. Right, so this is an interesting thing. So it won't be able to find a brush because there's no brush ID. This is an interesting thing. Drawing collidables is kind of like a toggle on, toggle off type thing. So we need to work on. So it's going to take a slightly different path. Content brush instance renderer. I used IDA Pro to have pseudocode. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean it seems like the natural step, doesn't it, for you to move on to? Seems like a good idea. Yeah, cool. That sounds great. And it's like a natural step up, so a little bit more complicated as well, which is awesome. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So can you get an x64 version? Or is it from an ARM console or whatever? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let us know how it goes. That sounds really good. So what I might do... Ooh, here's a thing. Maybe I don't need a separate editor and a painter. Oh, we do for the paint mode. We don't actually need a separate renderer though. We just need a separate, we just need a second constructor. So that can do that. And then this kind of has to go away. And then we just need to follow the compiler as. So the renderer is that. Using is complete's not going to be good enough. We need an actual proper concept to see if that actually has implemented that constructor. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, brilliant. Let me know how it goes. I'd be interested to know. Right, so we have two separate types of constructor now. For some reason, it's not actually recognizing. Thinks it's a function. Which is a shame. It's only because I put auto there, I think. So is complete, it's not good enough. We need to know actually if it's got, yeah, this constructor implemented or not. So template class renderer needs content brush. We need all these. We also need the renderer itself. Ah, right, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so you could do that. You could try and speed up the code. That'll be good. So this is... So I wonder, how do we test for a constructor? I wonder if we don't need to do this. I wonder if we just need to do this. Never tried to test for just a constructor before. Maybe it's that. Oh, that passed. So we can say and renderer needs content brush. Looks like it's going to work. Right, but not quite that. We need to go if context expert renderer needs content brush. Do that. Else do it without the brush. All right, okay. Have a good time at work. Do care loss. Bye. What about reducing noise and reading it? Ah, right, okay. Yeah. So what's going on here? Takes 4 arguments, so does not take 4 arguments. So which one are we looking at? Sprite sheet tile content. Ah, so it is failing. It's actually failing the concept. And decompiled, doesn't have any artifacts. Ah, okay. Maybe we just don't have it as a constructor and we have it as a operator. So it would be like this. And it would be a renderer. Just that basically. And then these are actually void operator. All these. How do I do this again? I've totally forgotten. Find one of these. Right. What's going on? Ah, it needs a semicolon. That's why. Okay. Looks like this. Still the same error, actually. So it doesn't need 4 arguments, but it doesn't tell me which one. Sprite sheet tile content. So it's actually hitting this renderer. No, it's failing this concept. So it's canvas offset, ZBrush brush, content brush instance. Ah, whoops. Cannot get. Oh, sprite sheet tile renderer. Maybe we're doing it on the wrong one. Sprite sheet normal. Content brush renderer. Sprite sheet tile content. I think that's the one it's complaining about. It evaluates to a function taking 5 arguments, not 4, I agree. However, you should be allowed to go through this path. So if I put brush in there. Whoops. Well, there is no brush, so we can't put brush in there. Whoops. Well, let's just rename them something else then. There. 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 What is the concept? Yeah, no, that's fine. So it needs to be this. No. So just call it render. Render. So he's failing this concept for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Right, when I have 2 minutes to think about it, make more coffee, and I'll be back. Okay, so let's see. Let's got a fresh, massive cup of coffee. Let's try and solve this then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is definitely the right signature there. So let's just try and get it to go through here. So that's compiled out, which means it's failing this concept. This whole thing is compiled out. Sprite window content data. I know why. It's not the renderer, it's T. That's why. Maybe not. So that's compiled in now. Yeah, it was T. Still giving us an error though. So to make this easier, we're just going to do renderer. I could rename it to like instance needs brush. Nah, we'll just say renderer like that. Whoops. And then that apparently worked, which is not correct. This needs to be the renderer. So as long as this stays in code, as long as this breakpoint stays alive, I think it's working okay. Which it is. So I'll just does render it fine. So it's using all the renderers. So if it doesn't need it, we need to do this path. So cannot convert argument 4 from content position const. Aha. So that's just a little typo. There we go. What I don't want to do is have this dot render. I want it to actually be just the constructor. So let's try and get it to work with the constructors now. So this is just renderer. Like that. And then void render. Just contents brush instance renderer. And then this is just a renderer like that. There we go, we got there in the end. So what this means now, the renderer for the trigger should get called when we stamp it in. Should be good. It's getting called anyway, even though there's no triggers. Just have to say if brush is content. Okay, so we need to know what. Right, so it's calling it for everything. I don't think it is save a trigger in it. So this is sprite window content data. So it's just getting compiled out again now. So we shouldn't actually be coming in at all here. Sprite window content data. It has a renderer. So T. What is T? T here is collidable content. But the instance is sprite window content data. So I think we need to say data is content T. Or is type T? Okay, cool. So now if you do put in stamp in one of them, did that work? Oh, we need to push and undo redo step as well. So we game board editor, push, undo redo game board. Need to do that here. I mean, I also need to do that. Well, here eventually. We haven't actually implemented it yet. So if we stamp it in, we get a little thing up there saying we've done it. So we'll save it and we'll just view the actual test. We should see that we have in it a collidable. Wherever it is. There we go. No, not there. The trigger. There we go. It's a trigger. Trigger content data. So now we should just be able to render this out. Check why we're not actually getting there. Okay. So sprite window content data. Oh. It's got 2 breakpoints on the same line. 2 lines of code on the same line, which is annoying. To do that. Sprite window content, normal, grass, animated rig, tree, cloth, framed animation, sound, trigger. So why don't we end up here? So the data is trigger. The renderer needs content brush. So it's passing this. Well, hang on a sec. Oh, it's try sheet tile. Ooh, we're going through a lot of stuff here. Don't want to do that. Brush ID should be 0, yeah. Well, actually, oh, right, okay. We definitely need this context for there to stop it compiling it, but we need to go, if not brush ID, return. We don't want to find a content brush that we know it doesn't exist already. Trigger, all right. So data is not type T. That's what happened. Content brush types. Collidable content 2. Content brush type trigger content 2. So the renderer is trigger content 2. Okay, that's confusing. Ah, it's because it's trigger content data. Can't say if it's trigger content data. It's trigger content 2 we want to test that it is. So this should be just trigger content data. See, a lot of these are empty, aren't they? All of them empty. No, the sprite tile content isn't. So it could say trigger content data, I believe. Because the brush tests what type of content data it is. We don't have a brush here, so we can't test it. So the data data is trigger content data, and we're testing for content, for trigger content 2. I believe that's what it is. So the different types. See, really, all of these are kind of empty, apart from the sprite sheet. Stuff. No. Don't know what would be the best approach here. Different type of renderer. That takes the actual data type, it renders trigger content data into it. Maybe. Oh, we changed the other renderer to actually work on the data type. So it wouldn't be the content brush types, it would be the data types. But they are. Down here somewhere. here. Make the renderer work on that instead. Okay, we'll try that. We'll try that approach first. So the renderers actually render it's just the sprite sheet one. That's the only thing. Might be fine. Might be fine. We'll try it. So this is actually content brush data. It's content brush data type. So trigger. We don't have one for collidable. Get rid of that for a sec. And that becomes normal. That becomes animated rig. That becomes sound. That becomes prefab. Is that it? Hey, thanks for the raid. It's Flannelbeard. What a mint username. Hope you're alright, guys. Howdy. Edge working on a little bit of editor code at the moment. So I'll show you. I'll try and show you if I can. Just go back. No, it's not really. Some of it's very hard, yeah, for sure. But it's coming on. Just taking my time, really. So I've been working on the editor, which is this. So, nice coffee. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No pressure. So this is just basically like a little room that you would have in the game or whatever. But because it's a .prefab file, it turns it into a brush. So we can open more prefabs and actually like brush this entire thing in like that. And then, so they're not just clones of each other. You can right click and you can do make independent, and then you can just kind of like move them about. They're still linked. And then what you can do is you can just save it like that, or you can save it as a new prefab, and if you do that, it'll actually add it to the brushes. And then you can have like prefabs inside of prefabs inside of prefabs, and you can build up levels like that. So I'm working on that. I'm about to start full production on a game, really. I Spent the last 6 months doing prototypes. But I needed to do this work on the editor first. So what I'm doing now is you can have like collidable, you can put collision in or whatever, or triggers, or anything like, and I want them to get to use this same prefab system that I've just made, so you can break them apart and then do, you know, save them as new prefabs and stuff. So I'm just working on that right now. In here. So I'm just trying to get it all run through the same system, really. So this would be like a trigger that you could place in the world. So like you can hook them up with events and things. So like if an NPC stands on it or something, you could fire some events. But what I'm actually working on now is the actual the visual thing, and getting it into prefabs. But yeah. So if you like games technology, and this is a pretty good channel for that. We do a lot of games technology stuff, building out our own tech. And some gameplay. There'll be times where I do gameplay as well. Oh, nice one, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the follow as well. So yeah, like they basically go through this renderer. So like any of this, so this it's like I've called it a content brush instance system. So you can make instances of brushes, and brushes can be literally anything, including prefabs. So right now, like if I click this lightning bolt, that's a trigger. That's an instance, content brush instance. So when I stamp it, it goes in because it's put a little star there, which means it can be saved. Not rendering it yet though, because it doesn't have a proper renderer for it. So that's what I'm working on right now. But the problem that I have is when it comes to render it, renderers work on different types. Renderers work on, because the system's kind of like still being thought out. I have, these are the different types of brushes you can have. So I've got trigger there at the end. That's the one I'm working on now. But the renderers work on like sets of data. So one renderer works on all of that, which I've called sprite sheet tile content. And then another renderer works on that, which is framed animations. Or maybe, no. They work on that, and then another renderer works on that, and then another renderer works on that, another one on that. So you can actually group them together. So you can, like, one renderer can render multiple things. I'm just wondering if I need to do that or not. Or I can just put something like, I can get the renderers, it can say what type of stuff it works on. So it could maybe say something like, so for the trigger one, we'll get rid of the collidable one for now. Well, no, we'll leave it, it's fine. It could say like, using content type equals trigger content data. And that's kind of like, that's what that renderer works on. But then this trigger content's kind of redundant, you know. So it's not, the system's not quite right. So I just need to figure out really. figure out the right system, the right architecture for it. So we do have trigger content types there. We need something like I don't know. We need something that maps trigger content to trigger content data, really. I don't want to have to actually write that all the time for every single thing. This just needs to be trigger content data, but it won't work, unfortunately. So I think the best thing I can hope to really do is do that using thing. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the raid. That's much appreciated. Thank you. I just don't really like that. That's also in the wrong place. So we could do that. We could say like supported content types. Like that. For all of them. I don't think I have a problem with that. Content data types probably is the best. we don't actually have collidable content data yet. Yeah. Let's just make it. Well, okay, now let's just remove collidable content. That was going a bit too fast, putting that in as well. So now we have content data types. She doesn't know about these. So I believe we can just for declare it. Collidable one can go away. Not working on that just yet. Okay, so now when we do the draw, we're going to say we want is any type, which we do have. What do we call it? Content data types. Expected an expression instead of a type. Oh, look, it's a list. Right. Is one of. There is one type from class tuple. And then we want to go for each type in tuple. And then we just have to say, if not result, result is type T. Is one type from. Is on type from. Is one type from. Yeah. Yeah. Still doesn't like it though. Invalid template argument. So if I just type in any tuple, that works. So it's this. This doesn't work. So that has content data types. That has content data types. That has content data types. That does. That's just those. So that seems correct to me. Oh, we need type name. That's why. One of those weird C++isms. All right. What's the problem now? Undeclared identifier. Oh, right, yeah, okay. Need to remove those. Everywhere where we were sorting out collidable stuff, we need to get rid of. Just work on triggers. All right, that's good. Right. So let's see then. All we want is a breakpoint to fire to be rendered. So we can actually, so we can actually render this trigger. Okay, it fired. Oh, no, it did fire. It's all right. Instance. Trigger. There we go. Trigger content data has 1 point in it. Right, so we can actually render this trigger now. So, auto data equals instance get data trigger content data. If not data, return. Then we want to go data points. So for auto p in data points. Completely lost IntelliSense. Okay. We've got snappable vec2s. So it's point location. Value. So we just want to, so the bounds is that. The canvas draw quad in world. Bounds vec2. Sorry. Blue with half alpha. Quad Z max. Awesome. That's colour. Don't know why I did vec2 there. Probably because I was just looking at that one. So if this, there we go, it's been rendered. Awesome. In the wrong place though. It's been rendered as snapped, that's why. Okay. This doesn't actually need to be snappable anymore. That's a different thing though. We'll get to that. Maybe that would be a good thing to work on now, because we've only got 20 minutes left. So the reason why they were being drawn in the wrong place is because of this snappable, which was part of the old system. So one of the things that I'm actually doing is replacing an old system with a new system. And it doesn't need to be snappable anymore. That's handled in the new system a different way. So let's do that and just see how many compile errors that generates. Not too many. So what's this? This is the old trigger mode. So I'm just gonna, this is all gonna get deleted. Okay. Still drawing it snapped though. What I want to know is why it's snapping it. So is it drawing it snapped, or is it placing it snapped? Data points. It's placing it snapped, I think. Yeah, it's placing it snapped. So what's going on there then? This is the code that places the trigger point. Probably because it's a vec2i, is it? It's not a vec2i. It's just for some reason, trigger point. Oh, look, here we go. We're flooring it there. That's not correct. Ah, but we are testing against other positions. It's a bit dodge. But that's really handy to be able to do that. Maybe we do keep the floor. What that means is that triggers have to be... when you select trigger, it has to put it onto grid mode. Or we could just do round there. The best thing to do would be to actually switch it to grid mode automatically. Maybe, I don't know. This is alright as well. And then we don't actually need this anymore. So now we don't need this anymore, or we do. The position. So now what I want to do before I have to go is see if it works with the prefabs. So open that up. Look, it's there. It is there. Is it? Difficult for me to say. So it doesn't actually look like... Oh, I know what we need to do. We actually need to put the offset on. So it's got to be translated by the offset. There we go. So it does work with prefabs. So it's the whole point of this really, is that it automatically works with prefabs. So now if I open up this, there they are, because I've placed it in here. So if I put one like right on top of his face and save that, there we go. And then we should be able to break it individual one down. I mean, we can't intersect triggers yet, but we do get it automatically. Okay, so let's do the intersect content for triggers, and then we'll probably have to call it a day. Intersect content. Paint mode. So is it focused? Something to do with focused. Set focused content. It calls get intersection candidates. Bubbles, hey. End of day. Yeah, I usually finish at around 3. Got to pick up my kid from school. But I'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, the prefab thing held up. Like, I put the triggers in and it just worked automatically with prefabs. So I could put these little lightning bolt things, which are triggers, put one there, and then if I save it and then I load up something which uses that prefab, it appears there and there. So it automatically works. So then I can do it with collidables and literally anything. Yeah, it's cool. I'm pleased. So now I'm just doing the bit where you can like intersect them and move them. So intersect content. On intersect content for trigger content data. I've already written it, which is good. So data is instance get data trigger content data. So what does an intersection candidate have? Those. So we need to go through each point really. So if we can compile that. Effect 2. So that's the bounds of the trigger point. Then we want the input ID is canvas. Add world input box for this bounds. And it's got to be the instance.id. And then we've got to mix it with something else to do with points. Point ID. So p.id. So this is like allows me to test against the mouse or whatever. So we're going to say if canvas is hot, input ID. Then the whole trigger is intersecting. So do we need to actually return an intersection candidate? Z or quad Z max? Is that correct though? Yeah, I think so. And we actually want to return the result. We actually don't want to do that. We want to break out of it. So we're not actually, are we even calling this? No. So we're not actually calling intersect content for some reason. Set focused content. Intersection candidates. Trigger content data. See what we aren't calling it. So we should still be doing the test. Instance sprite window content data. So what we want to basically go along for, want to know what X is. Grass, cloth, framed animation, tree, animated rig, sound, prefab, trigger. Instance, sprite window content. Actually, we need to be here. Oh, look. It's because of the layer ID. Ooh. I think that's one of the reasons why. Because triggers don't have a layer. So we'll say layer ID, instance layer ID, and layer ID. I think that's just because that is optional. Okay. So the instance needs a layer. If the instance doesn't have a layer, no, that's wrong. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So it needs to have an actual layer ID more than 0 to actually do this test. Otherwise it just falls through to here. Okay, now we're doing it. We're in. Except we're not getting anything. Okay, because the bounds, I think it definitely needs to be translated by offset. So it might be detecting it, it just might not be drawing it. I don't think I have a render path to outline a render path to outline just a piece of a square geometry like that. Yeah, so it is doing it. It is finding it. So we can actually do this here. So we need a special draw candidate for it because we don't actually have a render path to draw an outline of a quad. Right, I've got 5 minutes to do this. So we need a draw intersection candidate. Draw intersection candidate for type trigger. So auto data equals instance get data trigger content data. If not data, return false. Else we're going to go for auto p is in data points bounds bounds is equal to well, hang on, when we actually do the intersect, do we set the P to be offset? So that is bounds is equal to rect p.location on 1 translate by candidate dot p, and we'll just do canvas draw quad outline in world bounds pixels to world, do a 2 pixel one, color, draw it just white for now, quad Z max, and that's it. Okay, if this works, I'm going to call it a day. So if this works, we see a white outline when the mouse is over the top of it. Or a white outline underneath it, but it worked. There we go. So the render comes later. That's why. Brilliant. So the next thing to do would be to select it or to drag it around. And also I want triggers to be different sizes as well. So the way I've done that in the past is if you just stamp a load, it all belongs to the same trigger. I'm not sure about that. What I might actually do is if you press the left mouse button down and then drag, it draws a trigger of a certain size. That's what I might do. That's going to have to happen tomorrow. Right, good stream. I'll be back on tomorrow at about 9:30 in the morning. So that's British time. But thanks very much for tuning in, and I'll see you later.